Check my own sound. Let us Alright, can anyone hear me now? Let me see. This 1 2 1 2. Alright, sounds on. Got God Cypher Divine. God Cypher Divine is in here. Brilliant Elevation. Righteous Debar. Smell Goods. Yeah, mic check, mic check. You know. Jasim, Asiatic Mathematics. Yeah, I was the two I was waiting on so we could continue our conversation from earlier. Dealing with the integers and things of that nature. Hypergamy. Yeah, I'm familiar with the term hypergamy. What's the science with hypergamy on today? See, the thing I don't like, I'm using the other program now. My other two programs didn't, my other two programs wasn't working. Like, that's the sound. So I got like 3 different programs that I use depending on which one is working. And this one happens to be the one without the pictures. So, like I see Amina right here, I'm not able to do the crying Jordan face. That y'all know I would so much like to do often when Amina starts talking. But what's the science? What is did we complete that discussion from earlier? What's the greed? Supreme Justice. Welcome, welcome to my world, Supreme Justice. Asiatic mathematics. I've been studying this book, basically explaining how females are hypergamous by nature, and it talks about Briefalt's law. Okay, I'm not familiar with Briefalt's law though. I mean, I think everybody is I don't know if you can single out, either side for being hypergamous. Asiatic mathematics said this is not completely irrelevant to the conversation earlier since it was about wisdom knowledge. All right, so add on. What is it that you're saying about hypergamy and Briefalt's law? Briefalt's. So, copying and pasting Briefalt's first law says the female, not the male, determines all conditions of the animal family. Where the female can derive no benefit from association with the male, no such association takes place. I actually am familiar with that. I didn't know this Robert Briefalt guy was the guy that said it. Supreme just said he first heard the word hypergamy on the Zoe What show. Who's Zoe What? The second law, the second of Briefalt's laws, is past benefit provided by the male does not provide for continued or future association. I'm not going to put the rest because I'm still determining the best part, poor part, and worst part. Joe Williams. Is that? I think yeah. I know this 5150 show, but in Corey Holcomb, but Righteous DeBar said this is the practice of marrying into an equal or more prestigious social group or caste. State of the art. What's going on? Hopefully you're on your good behavior today. So is there something that you're I'm waiting for you to tie all this in. I'm waiting for you to tie all this in, Asiatic mathematics. observations pertaining to. Do I see any truth in the second law? Well, I mean, the second law appears to say, what have you done for me lately? Past benefit provided by the male does not provide for continued or future association. You know, what you ate last week is not gonna make your stomach full this week. But that's just in principle. I don't understand. Oh, if a female finds a man with more bread, she's automatically gonna leave. No. I mean, if you find a female that's where her value system is, then that might be the case. But I mean, look, here's the bottom line. You said how he sees it, how I see it, is that it applies more to European women. I mean, but look, here's the thing. Donald Trump's wife has divorced him. What's this guy's name? Jeff Bezos. His wife just divorced him. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, nobody has more money than Jeff Bezos. You know what I mean? Women break up with, billionaires all the time. And, you might be in the same circle or whatever, but, right now, Jeff Bezos is the world's richest man, monetarily. Rupert Murdoch had a divorce a couple years ago. If you go, like over there on the Upper East Side, there's all types of divorcees, that was married to rich individuals. You know what I'm saying? Sports athletes, wives do all type of things to them. It goes down the line. So, if you're dealing with that particular segment of women who value that at the highest level, then yeah, that's probably the case. But see, what you discussing here in the hold on, let me see something. God Cyber Divine said that's a form of social conditioning. Women who believe a man can't do anything for them unless it's of a financial nature, not realizing the true power, which is knowledge of herself. She's stuck in the material world. And Asiatic Mathematics says, so what would be the difference between a hypergamous male train of thought as opposed to a female? Well, you gotta remember, in the male train of thought, right? You just add a wife if you find one that had, you understand what I'm saying? Like, the male, if more of it thinking like Solomon. You know what I'm saying? But see, what you dealing with here, right? To bring this into our science, Queen Divine Zia. See, now look, we got, before my clientele, my subscriber base, the people that was watching, it was like 99.9% male. But now I got 7% females that watch me. So now this topic, Queen Divine Z, just came in and this topic has just gotten sensitive. But see, what you dealing with though, at the end of the day, right? Speed Racer, peace. What you, don't laugh, Supreme Justice. But what you dealing with at the end, right? At the end of the day, is the wisdom degree. You know the wisdom degree in the 1 to 40? See, what you're dealing with is which piece of steel has the magnetic. So now, if you don't know who you are, right, as the original man, then you don't know what your value is, right? Now you thinking that the woman is bringing all the value to the relationship in the form of savor, equality, unknown. You understand what I'm saying? So in a case like that, where you don't know who you are, so you in the wisdom power degree, so you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? If you in a situation where you don't know who you are, right? And she knows that you don't know who you are, then that's all your value is too. And when she sees that you place the value of the sex over the six. See, when you look at the knowledge culture degree in the 1 to 14, right? See, one thing that degree tells me is that a woman has got to bring more to the table than savor, equality, unknown. And see, if you don't know who you are, then you don't know how to let her know that, nah, this is going to be necessary too. You're not going to be able to just come here with savor, equality, unknown with the sex and not know six. See, they putting the wisdom before the knowledge. And see, you, that's in your own mind. God Cypher Divine said that's the brothers who fall victims to their women is God for lack of knowledge of himself. Again, placing wisdom before knowledge. My ambition to win. Peace to the God. What's going on? How you coming along with your degrees? Self-magnetic. Peace to the God. Righteous Debar said that means you become the minus instead of being the plus. Polarity switch. You see what I'm saying? So if you know who you are, right, then, this thing, what you saying, if she's hypergamous, look, if she wants somebody with more money, tell her to get to stepping. Tell her to get to stepping. But we live in a society, right, that's based upon the woman being a piece of steel with magnetic. See, in that degree, did you ever notice that Yaqub, he don't tell you nothing about the father? They tell the mother what happened to the baby, but they don't tell the father. Why? Because Yaqub is the father and you don't count. What he say goes. Yeah, the mathematics and alphabet, that's your degrees right now. How you coming with that? As W said, there's other women out here, they choose us based on our attractive powers. See, here's the bottom line. Who else is she going to rotate around in the solar system? Meaning right now, let's say we take the planet Earth, right? And the sun, I'm talking about in the Milky Way solar system. In all reality, there is no other thing in the she may think for a minute she could go rotate around Jupiter. You got those on cap? That's peace. My ambition to win. So whenever you're ready, you come back, you quote those, and you get the 1 in 10. You see what I'm saying? See, the earth can rotate wherever it wants, but is it going to be able to bear life? Right, as DeBar said in the Wisdom Build degree, or Self-Magnetic said he on the Wisdom Building in 1 in 36. That's peace, Self-Magnetic. Keep building. The Master DeBar said in the Wisdom Build degree, the Master Law now is just a breeder because he is the one being acted on in terms of Yaqub manifesting his determined idea. God Cypher Divine said that goes back to the Willie Lynch letter, how to successfully master the original man and cause confusion and separation amongst the blacks and women. Supreme Justice said, in the wilderness of North America, they cater to the people's emotions anyway. The woman's true nature is rooted in emotion, so everything falls into place to dismiss logic and reason in men. God Cypher Divine said, going back to the Wisdom Board degree, how to build a nation of gods, yesterday when I was the Wisdom Build degree, how to build a nation of gods on earth by reverse engineering and coming together instead of separation. But that's the science of that right there. You know what I'm saying? That's the science of, men not knowing who the piece of steel with the magnetic was. See, even when you read the Bible, right? Eve is the one that caused things to happen. See, that's why Adam got kicked out. You forgot what the piece of steel with the magnetic is. God told you, don't eat that. Don't matter what it was. but you let Eve be the piece of steel with the magnetic. So these things are, these concepts from Justice Born Allah, Peace to the God, these concepts are not particularly what I agree with. God Savior said the woman is the first teacher of the child, so why did Adam adhere to Eve in the first place? I don't know, because he wasn't her child. But yeah, I don't agree with Brifault's. I don't agree with Brifault's law. I agree more with Solomon's law. Solomon had 500 wives. What was it? 500 wives and 700 concubines. Born magnetic. What? Actually, when I first came on, I thought we was gonna continue a conversation we was having earlier, which was kind of about arithmetic versus mathematics, and how in arithmetic you have certain theories, right? That when you try to practically apply them to life, you're not gonna be able to do that. Righteous Jabbar said, is Solomon's law a direct opposite of the other writer's law? I mean, Solomon's law was clearly that, knowledge was the piece of steel with the magnetic. See, Solomon's great characteristic is that he was wise. Asiatic Mathematics said, did Solomon have all the wives at one time? I never even thought about that. I never thought about that question. I'm my perception of it always was that he had them at the same time. Jassim asks, can you look at the opposite principles of the supreme mathematics as the inverse polarity of knowledge, ignorance? Yes. God's type of divine. See, you gonna make me change the subject. God's type of divine said, just to have some clarity, are we looking at these biblical figures as historical or allegorical? Self-magnetic said that in arithmetic, some answers have mysterious factors. That's not the you ever see the pharaohs? And the pharaohs is laid back and the woman is fanning them with the feathers and feeding them grapes, and the other one is rubbing his feet. Do you think for 1 minute that he's thinking, yo, as soon as they see a cat with more money than me, they out? You think he's concerned with that? See, the only time, this is the bottom line. Women are attracted to power. And if you know your power, you know what I'm saying? It's not really in the self-magnetic said example when letters are substituted for unknown variables. Asiatic mathematics said Pharaoh probably had all the bread though. Yeah, but being able to provide is a real thing. You know what I'm saying? Like if you deal with a woman, right? She's gonna spend, if she has children, right? For you, there's gonna be some segment of time that she's incapacitated. So during those times, right, when, she's pregnant, giving birth, whatever it is, how is her and her children supposed to eat? They see there's something still that you're supposed to establish, even if we're not dealing with the science of money. Because see, that guy who's dealing with that Brifold's law, right? The way I understood it, even though I didn't know his name, I've heard this discussed before. He's dealing with all of nature. So in nature, right, the males go out and express who they are. They do what they gotta do. They gotta go fight with that other cat over there to show that, look, over here right now, I'm gonna have this turf. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna show my power and determine where my turf is at. You understand what I'm saying? When an alligator, right? The livest alligator, the most powerful alligator, goes and picks the most sunny spot, right where the wildebeest cross all day. And once he fight everybody off for that spot, the only people that can come over there with him is women. And the women go where the best eating is too. See the lions, they go out there, they have they rumble to step like, this is my turf right here. Now all the women on this turf, they belong to me. Doesn't matter, it could be goats. So there's something that the man has to do to exercise his power and show forth and prove who he is. But if you're not doing that, and you just come into the, that's what you gotta realize too. A lot of these brothers that get left for money, right? That's because that's all you ever was to her. From the time you came up and offered to buy her a drink before you even said peace, all you ever was money. Queen Divine Zia is making a comment. Women may be attracted to power as men may be attracted to materials, but at the end of the day, either one will walk away regardless of the attraction, when either one has lost their interest. And no man or woman should seek anyone for any reason other than for balance, equality in every aspect of their lives. See, this is a little Cosmopolitan magazine affected answer too. God's Cypher Divine said, naturally the women fall in line with the natural order, knowledge then wisdom, but she learns through trick knowledge that she can supersede the man, thus making wisdom before knowledge. We just live in a social order where that's possible. Yeah, that's like an old school magazine that it affected a lot of feminine thought. It's like an old school magazine for women. So that's probably why you never heard of it. How did you get all the way to the understanding of the Earth's diameter, Jasim? Jasim, 715-715-4. All right. I'm saying I'm not following you, Justin. Hey, what is your understanding? You went from God-born wisdom equality to the numbers for God, yin and yang, and then balance. But peace, Urban Gorilla. Queen Divine Zia, she had said on the head, you know what I'm saying, where she said that, different, is a lot of this is what people have been socialized for. You know what I'm saying? Like, these days, right? There's dudes that, the nerds in society, right, are getting a lot of money right now. Like, see, before, when you was dealing with the 70s and 80s, right, most of the richest people in the world was dealing with oil. And they was, rough kind of guys. You know what I'm saying? But now you got dudes like, Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos and Zuckerberg. So now there's a socialization amongst women, right? That these are the more successful people right here. These are the people that are exerting power in society. Michael Bloomberg. So what people is attracted to a lot of times, you know what I'm saying? There's certain societies, right? Where I saw a dude one time where they was in Africa and the parents was setting up the marriage, but the son was part of the deal, right? Before they got married, the female had to put on more weight. I think that's the way they socialize in that society. She had to put on more weight to make her a more desirable bride. You know what I'm saying? Now, here was a question that I have for Quizia, where it says, no man or woman should seek anyone for any reason other than for balance in every aspect of their lives, right? But now here's the thing. What does each person need for balance? Like, if you have a person that feels like, everything would be perfect if they had money, that could still lead you a little bit off of the deep end. Urban Gorilla in here. Jasim said, while knowledge may come first in order, it takes both knowledge and wisdom to get an understanding. But see, that's another thing that's happened in this society. Is the equal sign has been misplaced.
It's 10 o'clock.
The equal is put between the 1 and the 2. The equal is supposed to be after the 1 and 2. See, it's 1 plus 2 equals 3. But see, in this modern society right now, they're concerned with themselves, right? With making 1 and 2 equal to each other. Yeah, they equal 3. Like, this is not a thing. This is an illusionary thing. An illusionary concept that's sending people over the deep end. The bar said money can be misunderstood as a form. What do you mean by that? God Cypher Devon said 1 and 2 are not equal. I can't do what my wisdom can do, what my wisdom can physically and biologically, and vice versa. Starlight, star night. Peace to you, brother. The boss said, money can be misunderstood as a form of power, which certain women get attracted to, as there's more power than the attraction to material things. Yeah. But that's what we living in a society, right? We living in this capitalist society, right? Money is used as a substitute for almost anything. Some things more successful than others. You understand what I'm saying? It's more successful at being a substitute for some things than others. But it definitely, money is power. You know what I'm saying? In this particular capitalist society that I experience. You know what I'm saying? Maybe outside of here it could be something different. But even right now, when we're looking at who's running for president, a lot of it comes down to who has the right donors that's sticking with them and giving them money. New Black World Order, peace. Young Dub, peace. We from Young Dub. See, I got people that be doing knowledge, and I be thinking they knew. They've been doing knowledge a while. Arkansas. We had another brother from Arkansas in here. But did we get to the root of your question? Asiatic mathematics? Jasim, I still didn't really, which I don't think you should be dealing with that yet anyway, in terms of the diameter of the planet Earth. Queen Divine Zia says, so money isn't the issue, character is the true defining factor. Divine Truthful came in. Peace. But yeah, Britfault, I would say in general, Britfault is a simp. Britfault is a simp who came up with an entire theory to explain why he has so much simpery, in his life. Wait, you said something before. Oh, hold on. I missed one of your statements. It didn't show up on the thing, Queen Divine Zia. It's not showing up in the comments. You gotta say it again. Luke Cage came in peace. Jasim, you was saying about what was your understanding of 7,926 miles as the diameter of the planet Earth, and I was saying that, you know, you got to go through the degrees one by one to really go in depth with them. Divine Truth said, I see the title was the bill about doing the knowledge to decipher. Well, earlier today, before I had to end the last live, we were speaking about negative integers and how they apply to supreme mathematics. And I was saying that there is no practical application of supreme mathematics. You see what I'm saying? Because there's nothing in reality. Like, look, if we say nothing doesn't exist, how could negative nothing exist? You know what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing that's negative 5 pounds. You never drive a negative 5 blocks. You never go to negative 2122, negative 7th Avenue. You know, you're not gonna get a negative check. You know, you got a negative $100. Nah, you just owe me $100 next week. You understand what I'm saying? But there's no practical application for that. So we had ended off without, you know, us completing the conversation. So that's why I came back to start off. But then we got hit with another question, and we went into another direction, the brother was talking about Brifault's law, which I think amounts to simpery. And that's where we at right now. God said with divine say character is the defining factor, providing the woman is vibrating on a non-materialistic mentality. Yeah, Dubois, you don't see what she said before either, right? You gotta say it again, Queen Divine Zia. Child born intelligent, peace to the God. Asiatic mathematics said maybe they made that up for when people get overdrawn. Yeah, it shows negative on the what's the name, but the money you owe them is still positive. That's what I'm saying. It only means that you owe them money. It's not negative. Right. Righteous Debar said what I was saying earlier. Negative on the integer line is only there for computation, however, cannot exist in reality. Cura said you borrow money, you don't pay. Now the interest is negative 100. You a negative 100 in the hole. No, you are 100 in the hole. There's no such thing as a negative $100. This is a new one right now. You gotta explain this joke to me. I'm not quick enough to understand this mentally. Question, what's a fat person's favorite number? Answer 8. Peace, air, light. Why is 8 their favorite number? Oh, cure, yeah, that's an idea. It's a concept. Oh, ATE. See, I told you, man, I wasn't smart enough to figure that one out. Nah, man, I was smart enough to figure that out. What happened to Queen Divine Zia? We waiting for the first statement you made because we didn't see it. Not the one that you said before, the one that you said something before, money isn't important, it's character that's important. That didn't come through. God Cyber Divine said a negative attribute can be added that didn't exist prior, we get caught up with integers and don't realize how that can be made born in the physical. You have to explain that. We waiting on Queen Divine Zia to tell us what her prior comment was. Zero is also an idea for calculations. Because in all reality, in living mathematics, nothing does not exist. Righteous Debar said negative integers do not necessarily define the duality in all things. For example, opposite of hot is cold doesn't mean one has to be positive or negative, or good or bad. It just means that they're opposite. So I'm going to take it here that you don't mean I, you mean one. God Cyber Divine said, meaning one never used to steal, negative attribute, but one started stealing. One never used to lie, but now one lies, negative attribute. So a negative can be added to one's physical existence. I mean, those are physical actions. Those are physical actions, but they still originate from ideas. Meaning, if I chop your arm off, you just have no arm. And you can't have negative arm. Queen Divine Zia, when are you going to come back and tell us what it is that you said prior? Because it was actually, the particular question, being that was about women, I think it's only right that you have some input here. But you won't tell us what you said. The bar said, or well-cooked food versus food not cooked properly, the effects of either can be positive or negative depending on the situation. UK said, what it says, Yo 140 says y'all cool with an O. If so, should it be with the U, like in the 1 and 10? See, that's actually, there's a little more involved science with that. Where you see why Allah see you be, you see why Allah see the cipher be, and you see why Allah can you be. You gotta answer those questions. We'll get into that on another day. The Cure said positive and negative cause explosions. Righteous DeBar said food cooked bad can be good for termites and other decomposers on the ground. Queen Zia, yeah, we can see you. We just, for whatever reason, that one comment didn't come through. Well, I don't know if it was a couple of comments or something. You must have been talking some smoke. You must have been talking that smoke talk in YouTube. YouTube decided to censor you. You out, kill the cure. Peace. I gotta hit you up about that artwork too. But when you hit me, I was in the midst of doing a couple things. So I didn't get a chance to hit you back on that. Jason Rosario TV. Peace. We got a lot of the old timers. We got a lot of the old timers in here. I'm talking like the old timers, right? Like I've been doing this all this time. I just been doing this since December, talk about the old timers. Queen Divine Zia said, because money can be used for good or evil, what matters is your character. Mm-hmm. See, that's, well, don't let me put words in your mouth, but the way I draw up what she's saying, right, in a little bit simpler way, right, is that there's some things that's visible to the naked eye. You understand what I'm saying? And that thing don't always match up with what can be seen by the well-trained third eye. See, understanding me to see things for what they really are and not just what they appear to be. But some things really are what they appear to be. When you get down to the nitty-gritty, it really is what it appears to be. Sincere Shakima, I think I got my whole 7%. I got my whole 7% of female subscribers is in here right now. But God, Asiatic Mathematics, would you like to repeat your question for sincere Shakima? Sincere Shakima, Asiatic mathematics, he brought up a rather controversial topic. You know, you kind of threw me under the bus right there too, because I was just laughing with somebody the other day saying that my page would really take off if I start teaching that the woman is God over here. Of course, that ain't gonna happen. But getting back to what Queen Devon Zeal was saying is that people, just in general, they got, everybody got things that they show. You know what I'm saying? And you got the person that walks around with a whole bunch of jewelry and everything, and they doing all this flashing, but there's really no money there. You understand what I'm saying? But what she's talking about is just as a person, as you meet a person, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, they might have a lot of currency that allow them to do a lot of things. And you see, you see that from the outside. But then a lot of these people, you see that they pour in everything else, including in character. And see, regardless to what it is, there's a certain level of going against one's own nature, right? That's not going to work. And no matter what the benefit is, there's certain things, most people should, everybody should have lines that they're not going to cross. Where certain things where you say, man, what's the best part that you preserving for yourself? There's certain lines you ain't gonna cross. I don't care how much money you offering. I don't care how much women you offering. I don't care if you promise that the God in the sky is real and I'm going to heaven. I'm not doing that. See, character is, what people do when nobody's watching. Because like I said, that's not seen by the naked eye. Got 793rd Justice and Manifest Project just stepped in. What happened to Asiatic mathematics? You need to come in and explain your question again. God cited the one said, character for the most part is based on social engineering unless you reach escape velocity and have knowledge as your foundation. I would just disagree with you that character is based on social engineering. Image is based on social engineering. See, people manufacture an image that they show people out there, a face that they show people. But when you get to know their character, you understand what I'm saying? Like, look, I'm just gonna use it because it's a simple example. But I don't really like to explain everything in these type of terms. But look, see, you got certain cats that got an image in the street, but when they get to the court, they snitch, cause they ain't got their character. See, that image, they socially engineered that. And they were socially engineered into believing that that was how to be. But their character shows when everything hit the fan. But in terms of the concepts that y'all manifested, I agree with that. But I would just change that terminology. True 120 said, the confusion, as in most bills, is attempting to utilize other formulas and understandings to mathematics, same as using our alphabet to speak Ebonics. Yeah. And at the root of it, right? Even what they explaining about these, the integers and all these different things and real numbers and whole numbers, rational numbers. This is the way that the Greeks was able to understand what they learned from the Egyptians. Just like right now, if you tell me something, I gotta understand it in terms that I know of. Like, you can't explain something to me in concepts that I never heard of. Like, see, when I speak on here, you know what I mean, I keep it simple because it's all type of people, all different levels. See, like Justice just came in the room. Certain times, Justice stays after when we have the class, right? Now, me and him, we get into a little more higher science because he don't want 20. As opposed to, I got people coming in that don't know no lessons. So these other formulas and understandings that True 120 is talking about, is the way how arithmetic was, first formulated. Was by taking all of the meanings out and trying to put it on a graph. Let me catch up here. Sincere Shakim said, oh wow, now Cypher, the black man is God. Can't teach that at all. Yes, there's a big movement out there. Sincere Shakim said, eat the fish, spit out the bone. The boss said, taking the best part. State of the Art said he's playing Star Wars, listening to the bill. You out there in outer space, huh? State of the Art. God Cyber Divine said that image that people see, they draw up ideas that form their character. We think we choose this or that, but who is giving you the choice to choose from? You want to buy Nikes or Adidas? God Cyber Divine said the image that people see, they draw up ideas that form their character. Now I don't think you really draw up the ideas that form your character. I do think, your character is affected by your upbringing and your background, but a lot of people's character is different from all of that. You know what I'm saying? There's some things that a person can get so involved with. Like, have you ever heard like the older gangbangers? Like the dudes from Cali, the cats that's like in they, 40s and 50s and 60s. And the way they speak now and the things that they about, they just became so immersed in that situation. But, when whatever happened that opened their eyes to what they doing, a lot of them realized that that wasn't really their character, that wasn't really their nature. That's not really what they wanted to do with their life. You understand what I'm saying? Or just like you might have a family, right? And in that same family, you may have a person that's in and out of jail for their whole life. And another person may be a federal judge. I know families like that. You understand what I'm saying? That's within their character. That even though we exposed to all of the same stuff, there's something inside of me that's going to cause me to react to it differently. And don't get me wrong, those things could be nurtured. They could even be perverted. But it's definitely something that happens from within. Every time somebody asks you a tough question, your character or your social engineering, you understand what I'm saying? Which one is going to answer? I keep saying I'm going to catch up. I have something. This is going crazy over here. Queen Devon Zia said, if the foundation of my character is knowledge of self, I wouldn't choose either one. So in the end, choices are out in front of you, but what you choose is your choice. So she's saying basically what I was saying just now, but just they using a different example. You know what I'm saying? But these choices, you know what I'm saying, every day, you know what I'm saying? Like you got an image that you might be trying to uphold, you know what I'm saying? But the truth may be something that might damage your image, you know what I'm saying? Are you going to answer with your image or is you going to answer with your character? Manifest Project said, I see the manufactured image as allowing the wisdom to be in front of the knowledge. Yeah, that's what it ends up being. If the image ends up not being true, right? Or if the image ends up superseding your character. You know what I mean? To where you doing things that you always got to be apologizing for. You doing things, you selling people out. You know what I'm saying? Things of that nature. You're right. That's the wisdom. That's what people can see with the naked eye. Since Shah came in, yeah, you didn't know? The woman is God thing that's a movement. That's this knowledge that we have was formulated in a pre-women's lib era. And now, women's lib has said to all women that, if men are doing it, why not us? So all these movements, they go hand in hand. We got all kinds of people that show up right to the rally. Females think they God too. Luke K said that's true about engineer image, because I got into it with some cat at work and he had a lot to say, but when I met him outside and asked him what's up, now he tells me, what are you talking about? Yeah, see? God Savage Divine and this guy. D. Christian came in, peace to the God. Queen Divine Zia said, that's like choosing the left Twix over the right Twix. They still Twix. She came and said, of what women saying they God, yeah, that's a whole movement. Like, that's a movement that, the 5%, we seen as, stagnating the movement. That we not cooperating. We're not cooperating with the gods. Manola Music and Films, peace. Yeah, we get a little bit of building done today. True 120 said character is a mental and moral quality. One with knowledge of self will have right discernment. Yeah. Yeah, character, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Whereas image is more of a physical show. You know what I'm saying? Is what people think about you. But what people know, you know what I'm saying, that's the reality. You know what I'm saying? Just like Queen Divine Zia was saying, you know what I'm saying, a person, they can have money and it can be like, all right, this is a way that I'm dealing in equality with you. You know what I'm saying? I'm enjoying this loot, and you with me, you enjoying the loot, but it could also be used to just draw you in on some technology sides. You see what I'm saying? That's the full reality, as opposed to what a person is just showing. Darkim, peace. Manifest Project say character is refinement. But yeah, your character is I would say is more your true culture. But I see what you're saying in terms of it's like the purified, it's more of the essence of you. But I would say it's more culture.
Tell me you still in here.
Yeah. What happened? Where you went?
You ain't got the other business. You in now.
Yeah, I'm gonna be out in a minute.
I've been the end, so you think I was already? I'm out of here. I ain't breaking on you.
Alright.
So I've been here since 8:51. Time we get out of here.
SW says showed up at the rally. Yeah, they show up at the rally like that. So I'm gonna tell you what it is. They don't say nothing. They don't say nothing until they get in like they know who they are. They know who each other's are. I'm on a list of people that you don't say nothing about that to. Because, you know, the how I heard it, how it came to me, is that if my name comes up in one of those circles, then they say, oh yeah, him, he doesn't want you to be who you really are. So yeah, we don't talk about that with him. Yeah, the bar, he hit more on the head what I was saying. He said it more clearly. Refinement can affect one's character in a positive way. We kind of freestyling right now, D. Krishna. We started off really continuing we was continuing what I was building on earlier, and but then Asiatic mathematics took us in a whole different direction, and then from there, the
Hey,
boy.
can I see you on the day of why, nigga? The day of why you done?
All right, no doubt.
Peace, God.
Peace. Got a Universal came in.
You got your key, right?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. I'm surprised you finally showed up.
I put the slam on anyway.
Huh?
I just put the slam on.
Alright. On that top now.
Right.
Peace.
Peace. See, Supreme Justice said he know. He know they come in thinking they God, but they be on the low. It's like with anything else. You know how you know what I'm saying, you might be doing something, right? And it's like, you know, it might be even your brothers or something, or your siblings. And you know one of them is not gonna say nothing about this, so they might participate with you in it. And then this other sibling over here, they gonna be like, what? Nah. They give you business about that. So yeah, that's how they don't present that kind of thing to me. Cause they know how I do. The bar say, can image be understanding since image? I mean, yeah, but that's a different image. You know what I'm saying? That's an image that you get in your own mind, as opposed to an image that you projecting out there for people to see. You see what I'm saying? Because the image could just be faking it till you make it. Which sometimes that's how you gotta do. But when you talking about that kind of image that you projecting out there for other people to perceive, besides the image that you perceiving in your own mind, now we talking about something different. We got in here. True 120 said, is the goddess not equal with God? I do the knowledge of someone and stars in the order, but is it not one and the same? You're gonna need to break that down. Like, this is not our science. 6 does not equal 7. You see, I know what God means, right? What does S mean? In the entire time I've had the knowledge, I've not heard not one of them or anybody else explain to me, what does S mean? ESS, not S as in selfish savior. I know what that means. Look right here in the room. Look at her name, Amina Allah. Did any of y'all catch that? That her name is Amina Allah? At least on here. In other places, her name is Amina Allah X. See, what it is, Sincere Shakima, right, is they don't bear witness to the greatness of the earth. For me personally, being raised in this thing, right, of being a 5% and everything, I'm a child of this thing. To where I grew up in it, to where, to me, the earth is a higher term than goddess. There's a whole bunch of goddesses with all kinds of powers, some good, some not so good. Some powerful, some not so powerful. It's only one earth. See, they gotta look all around for trillions of miles to find who borns understanding. See, when Jasim asked earlier about the understanding of 7,926, see, the black woman who with the proper knowledge of herself, who is the earth, right? See, that's who the original man choose to make his home. And that's who he choose as God to make himself born through the wisdom's equality. That's how we choose to reproduce ourselves right now. So to me, that's a way higher term. If you ask them what goddess mean, they don't never have nothing. They ain't got no science like that. Ain't no science behind it. But that's why they don't talk to me about that. That's why they don't talk to me about it. Universal came in, I didn't notice. Shakima said, I wanted to know that too. Same question I had, who is goddess? Listen, there's a movement. But like I said, they don't, it's one of them things where you speak when you know the coast is clear. Or you speak in an emotional way where I'm the goddess, I feel I'm the goddess. There ain't no signs to it. I ain't never heard no signs dropped on it. Not around me. Not pertaining to 5% stuff. You can go all the way back to Greeks and Romans and Egyptians and all that stuff. But you don't ever come, man, with no supreme mathematical science that's based on. Because it's not. You're using other terminologies from other times and other places and other nations. I see God Cyber Divine and State of the Art is engaged in a little back and forth here. SW says she has an X too. Yes, she got an X. She's a Mina Allah X some places. She's a Mina Allah some places. You see what I'm saying? And y'all wonder why I just keep her quiet. You know, I give her a small chance to speak before to see y'all don't be paying attention. I pay attention to all that kind of stuff. What he said? Josh Sim said you did what? Josh Sim said, I did, and I think she's trying to reflect your light. Reflect whose light? Oh, you saying you did do the knowledge to the fact that your name is Allah and she's trying to reflect my light? What light? That ain't no light that came from me. In the entire time, I've never taught that. I've never taught that. Yeah, Mina X seemed fitting because she's a Muslim. And that's where she need to go. Yeah, see, Justice? Justice said he missed that. That's what I said. Got knowledge born. Knowledge born in the room. Ty Kim said the Commission science makes the female a feminine god. However, her emotions will not allow her to rise above 6 into 7. That is not what we teach. Absolutely not. So here goes Amina Allah. Now look, I'm gonna tell y'all right now. I'm gonna go ahead and give y'all the opportunity to do it. He says, peace Allah is real, always have been, always will be. People to heal their mind, body, and spirit, very spiritual. People, I just hope they don't turn into the Wiccan theology. Peace to detox and be better and try to make sure their health is in order. All these things are being known to be eradicated, like getting rid of smoking, no fumar, no pig, no kanzia, no drugs. No drug dealing, no pig eating, no toxic people. You choose your friends like you choose your friends. You don't want to eat poison, so stay away from poisonous people. All right. Whenever one of y'all is ready to get rid of Amina, y'all can. Because I don't want to deal with that crap. SW said the original man plants his seeds to bloom in fertile soil only. Sincere Shakim said Allah though. Yes, Shakim. Absolutely. Universal saying ain't no guys in dresses. That's the way I was raised. Sincere Shakim said they can never come to me and say that I won't have it. Supreme Judge, peace to God, went to get some rest. Manifest Project said Earth is responsible. Hold on. Earth is responsible and most don't respond to that ability. Or Earth is a responsibility and most don't respond to that ability. So they choose an image to hide behind. I got another theory about that. About, a lot of this goddess stuff. Reveal is in the building, peace. SW said they should know better. Sincere Shakim said, it's no goddess, I'm the earth, mother of civilization. That's the question. Jasim said, what does the earth mean to you, Sincere Shakim? Malik Lowe came in. Jasim said, I've been wanting to see what a real earth looks like for a while now. I mean, it's a concept just like us. They real people. They real people. $793 said the movement is to placate everybody. Like 4th and 7th place trophies turn into we are all winners. Be what you want to be within the Me Too thing. 4th and 7th place trophies turns into we are all winners. Ah, man. I remember one time I played in this kind of league, right, where it was only 3 teams. I can't remember what it was, but it was, might have been track. But it was only 3 teams, so no matter what, you got a ribbon. Sincere Shakim. Sincere Shakim said, Jasim, when y'all meet in the physical, then she'll show you what a real earth is mentally and physically. SW said, it's a dilution of God. God is God. Why play with that? It's clearly defined as is for the obvious reason. It all starts at 1. Luke K said, is it that they're taught wrong or they just refuse to accept that the only original man is God of the universe? See, a lot of them is not taught. A lot of them is just around, right? Because they like the brother that was a 5%. Like they like the brother, he was a 5%, so they join the 5%. You know, some of them, that's their nature, is, to reflect, some of them, they didn't really have nothing else they was dealing with. And then when they come around here, right, they feel the love and camaraderie. And the way, people take time to, build with you, see if you on the right path mentally and all of that. You see what I'm saying? And they stick around, but they've never, they haven't really, shown and proven, man. You understand what I'm saying? And, some of them, the brother that they like, that they came around here with, he fell victim, or he's somewhere, going, doing whatever. And now we're stuck with them and their lack of understanding of what we dealing with. And so now they start to do, I guess what they feel is taking the best part for self. I have another theory about where some of them come from that is I don't think y'all don't wanna hear that. I don't, like I said, I have 7% female subscribers right now. I don't think I should go into that topic. Justice said the goddess stuff is being pushed by men with the Oedipus complex. That's why they holding the women up above their head. Justice, when you go back and listen to the first part of this, because that's how we started getting on this topic, is Asiatic mathematics asked a question about something called the Brifault. What is it? The Brifault theory or something. Brifault's law. And it was basically saying that, when you go back through the video, you will see it. But my point is that the law was dealing with the 22nd degree and the two pieces of steel and which piece have magnetic in it. You see what I'm saying? And we live in a society, right, where the sex is before the six. So we live in a society where, people see a woman's body, right, as the greatest thing that's being brought to the relationship. And the men don't really know who they are. They don't know their power and what they supposed to do. So if that happens, then you fall into simpishness, and Brifault's law starts to apply to you. Sincere Shakima said, I don't hide. I was not given this easy at all, but I don't follow either. Yeah, see, listen, you have those kind of women that they just here because they like the brother, but listen, man, you got some earths, man, that grew up with us in the ciphers, man. Like I'm talking about on the streets, with 24 degrees outside, and we out there going through lessons. It's earths out there. Some of them was bombing too, son. Bombing. See, those type of earths like that, they ain't trying to hear a lot of this stuff, man. Jasim says, sometimes I like to understand things by looking at what they're not or their opposite. I think I know what you mean, but look, a better terminology, I think, for that, right, is that you compare and contrast. You compare and contrast. The 793rd says in the Oprah voice, you're a goddess and you're a goddess. Hey, you Wonder Woman had goddesses, so why can't you be a goddess or even a god, girl? Oh man, I don't know how we got 793rd started, man, but it's all down. Yeah, as I was saying, God save divine, you and this guy. 793rd said they may agree whole. My 7% might agree wholeheartedly. Yeah, I gotta watch my political correctness now. Justice said, touch on the hard topics. You know, they already, when I go to the rally, right, they fix my food. The earth, some of them back there, some of the guys with dresses be back there fixing the food too. I don't want, the way I grew up, you don't argue with the people that make your food. Yeah, I'm not in the habit of that. Now, I was born, said brothers gotta make their own earth. You ain't gonna just find one. There's some truth to that. It says, Shakim said, Amina, no Allah, please, thanks. Jasim said 24 degrees. That's a heat wave right here. You must be up in Chicago, Minnesota, someplace like that, man. I ain't gonna front. The first time a dude came out here from Chicago that I met, right? And he was like, yo, man, I thought New York was cold. And I'm still outside like, what you talking about, man? It's cold. He's like, nah, man, this ain't cold. He got his jacket all open. A couple people came out here. It was like, I thought New York was cold, man. This ain't cold. Yeah, man, listen. It get, like 28 is probably like that's like once it drop below 28, it's hard to find people in New York outside, man. I'm talking about the hustlers, the front liners don't even come out. Because, yeah, we stuck with them. Because they come here, they come to the rally, whatever, every month, but they don't know nothing about what we teach. He Kareem. I got mostly the whole Jansport posse in here. Mostly the whole Jansport posse is in here right now. Got Kareem, Shakima, God Cyber Divine, Jasim. Jansport posse in effect. Shia Shakim says, same here. I've been through hell for this knowledge. Yeah, man. It it was quite a few. Look, I remember. Did I tell y'all the story? I had a funny story about. I think I told y'all, man, about one of the first earths that I met. When I first got the knowledge, it was me and his brother. We was standing on the corner, right? So the earth comes walking down the block. She's going to the train, right? She got to go to work though. So, on top of that, she like maybe 2 years older than me too, right? So we standing there on the corner. So when she walks by, the brother that I was standing with, he knew her. They knew each other. So, they say peace. He come over, peace God or whatever, So then he says, greet the God. So when he said greet the God, she's like, who you talking about? Who's God? You? So I see her peace. She said, how long you had the knowledge? So I must have had the knowledge like a week and a half or something at that point. So when I tell her, she says, yo, when I see you again, we gonna build. And she walks off. She said, peace. She walks off and go to the train station. And she was a bomber. Look, I came up to the school one day. I was walking to school and I seen her. She was right in front of the school. They was already having the cipher. And those whirling dervish people that you see in the Middle East, the Sufis, when they do that dance and they coat be twirling. The way she was building, she was going like this, and her skirt was twirling like the whirling dervish. And I could see this from like blocks away. So I'm walking by, I'm wondering what's going on, but I can't, But like I said, she was a builder. She was somebody that looked when it was her turn, she'd go in. So I'm walking up, and right as I get within earshot of the cipher, right, she's doing a spin, and then she turns back to them and says, that's why I rose above all of y'all. Cause I know 120 and y'all don't. And when she said that to them, right, and I was walking up right then, as I'm walking up, like it's like, yo, whoa, that was smoke. That's how I'm looking like. So I'm looking at them like, y'all gonna let her talk to y'all like that? And they looking at me like, you gonna let her talk to me like that? Yeah, she gave her the business out there that day, man. What y'all talking about up in here? Wait, hold up. This is... Oh, this is Queen Divine Z and Darkim. See, that's what I noticed now, man. I'm over here building. I'm building. Y'all be having y'all own private conversations. Y'all be having y'all own private conversations, and my conversation, man. This thing's getting out of control, man. That's another funny story. Funny story that I was, for a time, right? I was known as the king of the side rallies. And by side rallies, what they meant is that, the rally, especially, in those days, you had to go in the auditorium. When you came, like how you see now, people freestyling, now it wasn't like that. You know what I'm saying? But, as we start getting older, brothers start going out, we mingling and everything, you know what I'm saying? So, we meeting brothers meeting each other from all over. You know what I'm saying? And, whenever, especially with this certain brother, whenever he came outside the rally, right, I would always be outside building. And one day he comes up to me, he's like, yo, God, man, what are you doing, God? The rally is inside. Like, all the stuff that you saying, that you out here, you supposed to be saying that in front of the rally, God. You can't come to the rally and have your own rally, man. What's wrong with you? Yeah, I used to get, that was like a thing for a minute. That, yo, you gotta chill with the side rallies, God. Y'all in here right now. Y'all in here right now having y'all side rallies, man. God Save Divine, Jansport Posse, Sincere Shakima, Jansport Babies, He Kareem. I don't want to know who you was in January. It wasn't that cold, Shakima. Shakima says she's from Cali. Killer Cali. Queen Z said, Amina, either bond with your words or stop posting to delete. Justice said, we are deleting her posts here. She's being reckless. Oh, Queen Divine Z, you from the Bronx? What part of the Bronx you from? Sip said, we putting her in timeout. $793 says spit it at 1,037 and third miles per hour. Jasim said one of the elder gods built on that. Do the nines to infinite. Built on what? I'm behind. I'm running my mouth today, and y'all running y'all mouths today too. Yeah. So let me get back in tune with the program here. He Kareem, that's He Kareem and God Save Divine having their own side rally. I think that's the new terminology. That's the new terminology I'm gonna be introducing people having their side rallies. It's a good thing though. We all supposed to know each other and get to know each other. They had civilization classes in Berkeley in 96, 97. And Reveal said it's being able to quote 120 equal to saying I knowledge 120. In this nation it is, because everything is subject to being shown and proven. You see what I'm saying? So if you just say you knowledge 120, you might as well just say God is in the sky. If we just gonna say things that whatever. So over here, when you say you know 120, that means you can quote it. You can show and prove it. Y'all laughing at me in my side rallies? Yeah, AC, I just got a Cash App. That was you? Shout out to AC. Hit me on Cash App. Cause man cannot live by building on YouTube alone. 7-9 Thursday, side rallied up. Yeah, man, I was listening. I used to, Queen Divine Zia said she's from 167. 167 and what? Darkim said, pardon me, Darkim, I needed to clarify something. I think the sister misunderstood. Oh, nah, it's peace, man. I was just joking. It's good that y'all interacting. You see what I'm saying? Because over time, you know, that's how we gotta build. You know what I'm saying? You know, that's good that this is a kind of beacon like that, where a lot of people come in tune. You understand what I mean? People come in tune, people from their area, people come in tune with people they haven't seen. You know, I've been reunited with some people that I taught, you know, decades ago. Other people have been reunited with people that taught them decades ago. People have gotten in tune with the rallies and the classes around their area and everything. So that is a part of the purpose of this. You understand what I'm saying? You was in New York, Jan. Oh yeah, nah, you talking about this past January? Nah, we don't get winter like that no more in New York. All our seasonings here is leveling out. Like summer don't be nearly as hot as it used to be, and winter is not nearly as cold as it used to be. But you're right, really. We caught the cold snap. We caught the cold snap about a week ago. Elite Low, you laughing at me in the side rallies too. This is y'all having a merry old time about the side rallies, huh? You should live on 167 in Washington. By the post office? 167 in Washington. Yeah, what's on Washington, 167? Oh, is that the block? Wait. Washington is where all the mechanics is? '67 in Washington. Oh yeah, Ghost Town. She's saying, yeah, it was hardly nothing over there. That's what I'm saying. It was. Get out of here. See, y'all was talking about small world. I used to rest on 167 in the concourse. And I used to rest on well, really, I used to rest on McClellan Street. It's McClellan Street, then the Grand Concourse. I used to rest there, and I used to rest by Sherman. Queen Devon Zia said she used to arrest on Washington. I used to be down there, but I used to be over on 168th Street in the projects right there in Webster. But that's what I was saying. We said 167th in Washington. Yeah, Justice, that's good. You know, Justice having a little side rally with God Cypher Divine here. Okay, Shakim, that's enough laughing. You didn't have to do 5 laughing emojis at my side rallies. Now listen, I'm gonna tell you guys something though. Those side rallies became the civilization class. That was one of the things, brothers, was like, listen, this way how you do what you do, we need you to come do that at the class or at a law school. And then what formulated from that was the Tuesday and Thursday class. You said without correlating it to anything else, because 85s don't have the lessons. I don't understand what the 85s not having the lessons has to do with what you say you know. Yeah, Queen Devon Zia is from right there. The post office was on Park, right? Used to be rushed by the firehouse. Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, the firehouse. Yeah. Get out of here, man. But she right though. Those blocks over there, nothing really go over there for. Those type of blocks. But you listen, man. You need a reason to go over there, man, or Washington. That's the block with all the mechanics on it. Play around over there, man. $7.93 said, do I know Lord I Kim from the P's? Which P's? True 120 said 167th and the Concourse was his hood. What years was that? Shakima said she got family on 161st. Man, listen, man, we got people doing around my way, man. My turf, punk. Y'all punks doing on my turf. Y'all could have had the knowledge decades ago. Reveal said, wisdom is wise words. Just because a person can quote it doesn't mean he righteous. I see knowledge as knowing to do better, and wisdom comes after, which is the way. Well, see, what you're talking about is culture. You know what I'm saying? How a person is actually living. You know what I'm saying? But that don't necessarily got to deal with their knowledge. It just means they know what's right and they doing the wrong thing anyway. There's plenty of people like that. Joshua, he said it already. I think some people sleep on coaches sometimes. Justice said, reveal wisdom is the application of knowledge. Knowledge is simply knowing something regardless to what something is, whether it be 120 or Shakespeare. True indeed. If you know what you're supposed to teach it, right? To self as well as others. Yeah, but that doesn't have to deal with knowledge. That has to deal with your justice for not doing what you know is right. Yeah, Queen Divine CSL, Alberto Mechanics, and Juanitos Bar. Yeah. Yeah, I know that block. I used to be over there. I used to go to that auto zone that was right there on 167. Get my car fixed on that block over there. True 120 said he was there from 73 to 99. On 167th in the concourse. So, you know the brothers from Lawville? Ron Do and Ken Do and all them brothers over there? So, Lord Akim is maybe around Bronx River, Peas area in the south. Well, nah, if he from Bronx River, I probably don't know him. Like, that's, it's, looking back now, it's, that was my mentality at the time, you know what I'm saying? But that's Zulu Nation area. So that's not the type of place you would have seen me being around. You know what I'm saying? You gotta ask like Quashim and them brothers like that. AD, what's the other guy? Supreme and them. They probably know him. Jasim said, why do so many people drive in New York? I mean, yeah, you're right. Sometimes, people, sometimes it's better to just take the train. You're right about that, depending on where you're going, like if you're going to Midtown. But I don't think it's really that it's so many people driving in New York. It's just so many people in New York. You know what I'm saying? In every city, when they built those roads, you're talking 70, 80 years ago, some of them. So the capacity that they built for and the kinds of traffic that they was built for, you got some roads that was built when it was horse and buggies. You know what I mean? So just that whole system of travel is breaking down in the bigger cities. God Cyber Devon said his sister rests on Crows Avenue in Soundview. I never fuck with the P too many hills and grimy dudes. Yeah, the P is not for the faint of heart. Reveal said to receive knowledge, you gotta observe, learn, or respect the subject at hand. It's still a perspective a parrot can quote, doesn't mean it's supreme. See, even with that, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you Parrot can say certain things, but Parrot can't quote 120. I've yet to see a parrot that can tell you the whole 1 and 10. You know, let's not blow that part out of proportion. I understand what you're saying. However, the point that we try and make to you is that 1 is knowledge and 3 is understanding. 1 has to come before the other one. True 120 said, I get up with brothers with those names. He said, did man do to the military? Karoom Khalil? I don't know that name. He Kareem said, here we go with these names again. Told you before, any dude named Ron Dude or Ken Dude is G'd up for real. He Kareem, you talking about they from around the way, man. They from around the way. I seen Ron Dude at the rally. Who's in here from Virginia? $793 said, understood, as in his first verse, he said he had knowledge of self since 11 and recall him in that first generation of late 90s, early 2000s rap battles on cable TV. Late 90s, early 2000s, Lord Ikem. No, I can't place him right now. Eden War? If he from Eden War, I probably know him. Oh, he said, did man dude die in the military? Who's man dude? God Savage Divine said, I could rock with Harlem and Brooklyn cats. Never with cats from the Bronx. Y'all dudes is from a different club. Now see, look. If you ask anybody from the Bronx, we can't deal with y'all Jamaican cats, man. See, Queens is the line up capital in New York. Dudes from Queens is amazingly sneaky. They sneaky out there. People from Queens don't even mess with people from Queens. You see what I'm saying? See, in the Bronx, it is what it is. You already know, you heard what it was when you get over there, that's what it is. Whereas in Queens, you go out there, everybody acting all nice like they suburban. Like they cut above, but they sneaky, son. They sneaky. That's where your own people line you up, out in Queens. Quincy said, my chair needs WD-40. Or your family is from either war. True 120 said, I knew brothers Mandu and Kendu from the concourse. I heard Mandu died in the military. Mandu and Kendu from the concourse. Nah, I can't say I recall those names. I knew Ken Do from over there by Shakespeare. Up the hill, up the steps. See, I gotta chill with all that knowledge borns equality stuff, man. Like y'all got involved with that stuff too early in the game. 793rd said even OT Queen's Cash Queen Cash. Oh man. No, this one says that's a sign that gave us the rundown on the boroughs back in the days. See, I'm gonna tell you one thing. The Bronx really just gets a bad rap because, in my opinion, right? See, first of all, the media throws us under the bus. The media throws us under the bus, man. Like, see, in the 70s, right, when they was doing movies, right, Brooklyn got movies like Saturday Night Fever. You know what I'm saying? You know, Queens, they had like Archie Bunker's place. Like other places, when you look at the portrayal that they gave you from there, but see in the Bronx, we have Fort Apache. And that forever put an image on us, right? That, listen man, the other boroughs, look, Brownsville got to tell their own story in hip hop. The average person that was outside of New York didn't know Brownsville existed. The average person, when they think of Queens, they not thinking about 40 and Baisley. They thinking about the private houses in the parks, Flushing Meadows, World's Fair. See, in the Bronx, we had this spotlight on us. Another thing, right? One of the only things that was popping in New York in the 70s was the New York Yankees. And so people was coming to the Bronx, the media, people from the outside and everything. Those same people never set foot in Brownsville. They never set foot in Southside Queens, Flushing Queens. So there's a lot of areas in New York they just the same as the Bronx. But it wasn't the portrayal that those other places received. You know, Harlem is known as, you know, this mecca of black renaissance and all of that. So, you know, my opinion, I'm probably a little bit biased. I may be a little bit biased, but I'm just telling you, a lot of people, you know, they receiving an image. You know what I'm saying? And see, I'm gonna tell you another thing. In the Bronx, right, was one of the only, really the Bronx, to my knowledge, the Bronx was the only people that withstood the arrival of Brooklyn. Like when Brooklyn cats get everywhere, they dominated. But when they came to the Bronx to hear hip hop, they didn't dominate us. They came and listened to music, and then they went back to wherever they went and handled their business. So all these different things, the places, like if you ever been to Cedar Park, how many of y'all been to Cedar Park? It's like a type of place where you be like, yo, y'all partying over here? So other boroughs got exposed to, all of the little cuts because they was coming to listen to hip hop. Whereas they wasn't going into the cuts of other areas, right? To see what the underbelly of society looked like over there. Hold up. We got Manola came back. Let me get down to you in a minute, Manola. We just ran through I was running through a little New York history here. True 120 said, if it wasn't for the Bronx, this rap shit wasn't really going on. Now tell me where you from. Uptown, baby. Uptown, baby. Uptown, baby. Uptown. Godsighted Devon said, that's because we had houses. Y'all dudes was all projects. I'm a Queens dude and I don't rock with other Queens dudes because they phony and mad soft. To be honest, I'm a Queensbridge cat. I mean, see, even that, what I'm saying, that's a perception. Like, there's areas of the Bronx where they don't even know, projects. There's areas in the Bronx, like, when you get to White Plains Road, when you pass 180th Street, you would not even know this what you talking about, all projects. That's what I'm saying. That's because the movies and the stuff that they show you. But see, he's saying that it was all projects. But how many people know that the largest projects in the world is Queensbridge, where he's saying he's from? See, that's what I'm saying. It's the perception that was given out in the media that made things seem a certain way. I know who Mike Stone is. I don't know him. This is your family, Frank Nitty and Mike Stone? Kareem said, feeling that same shit, same hood. Yeah, I like that joint too, man. Keep that joint in rotation for me, man. Keep that joint in rotation for me, man, so I can put some numbers up. He said he Queensbridge from the jump. 41st and Vernon. Justice said, I used to love the Bronx 4 train stop, Featherbed Avenue. I used to be on Featherbed. But mostly going back and forth between Davidson and University. Josh Simpson only heard of 41st and Vernon in music. Listen, if you ever get on 41st and Vernon, you will wonder why he ever said anything about the Bronx. 793rd said no other flick was more raw than Fort Apache, and Miseducation of Sonny Carson wasn't worldwide distributed yet. Right. Saying Fort Apache left a mark on the Bronx that, Manola Films, we actually been building. Where's Asiatic Mathematics? He dropped the bomb in the middle of the room and left. We were discussing the 2 pieces of steel and how it pertains to men and women relationships. Knowledge Born said, yeah, Pelon always had a bad rap from the fires to the South Bronx. But this what I'm telling you. Bed-Stuy was burnt out. Brownsville was burnt out. Harlem was burnt out. It was lots of places, but the Bronx, that was the media image that they gave us. You see what I'm saying? First of all, the Bronx is one of the first experiments on a social level where, basically, to keep it 100, they got all the white people out of there and then they pulled the plug. They pulled the plug. And it just was, in my mind, that's one of the reasons that I got the knowledge now. Is in that time I realized there's not no help. Ain't no help coming. You know what I'm saying? Whatever's getting ready to happen, you're gonna have to handle this on your own. Ain't no cops coming to help you. And you know what I'm saying? Whatever you thinking, the way you look on TV and you see, that's not how it is. And I realized that, if there was a mystery God, why would he allow this situation? Who should ask the question? Me? Justice said Queensbridge is known as being its own world. Yeah, pretty much. 793rd said the same rationale goes for places within the tri-state heavily slept on, while sections from parts of, what's this, NNS now just, See Truth, upstate now why, and the likes that are still recovering, straight out dangerous. Yeah. Look, same thing was happening in Newark, Jersey City, all these places. It wasn't, Malik Lowe hit another thing. We had Beach Street. That's another thing that it just showed the Bronx. The media put the Bronx in an image that, it almost is like for instance, right? The Brooklyn Zoo is known as a good place where you go and see flowers. The Bronx Zoo is known as us. The people of the Bronx is the zoo. You understand what I'm saying? Yet, find anybody who call themselves the Brooklyn Zoo. And see how that is. Jasim said, I go wherever I please, but I'm pleased to be intelligent and intact. I'm not catching nothing but a tailwind. Alright, Queen Devonzia from around the way. That's your new name, Queen Devonzia from around the way. Shakim and South be all over New York, mostly Brooklyn and the Bronx. Kareem said Queensbridge is the biggest project after they tore down Cabrini Green. Possibly. I've always heard that Queensbridge
It's 12
is the
o'clock.
largest. Third said QB is first, Fort Greene is second, and Edenwall is third. Yeah, Edenwall is massive. But even those projects, those 793rd, those is the largest projects. In fact, now Fort Greene can't be the second because of what I'm getting ready to say. Queensbridge is the largest group of buildings that they all have the same name. Like if you go on 138th Street in the Bronx, right? Almost the whole 138th Street is projects, but they different projects. You got Mitchell, Cypress, and a part of Patterson is down there. Patterson is a very big project. There's another group of buildings down there too. But there's a lot of places down on Webster Avenue. But all those buildings got different names. Webster, Butler, the 9 buildings, 3rd Avenue, etc., etc. You understand what I mean? Fort Greene, only like 2 buildings over there is actually Fort Greene projects. But there's other, Ingersoll, Whitman is down there. There's a couple of different projects. God cited Devon said him and Prodigy used to play in the same playground. True in 20s next, man. Alright, guys, stepped in the room. $793 says, still scarred by the imagery of Fort Apache rolling up old girl in the rug like The Exorcist. The P's had the footage and pumped by politicians. When they built the highways, things done changed. Yeah, the Cross Bronx, from what I heard, I wasn't there then, but from what I heard, yeah, the Cross Bronx is what happened. Like, most people don't know, the South Bronx was really kind of invented by the Cross Bronx. Before that, the Bronx was really naturally, the natural split in the Bronx is east and west. The Bronx River runs north to south. Like that's the natural boundary. So the Bronx was known as east or west before the Cross Bronx. And from what I hear, that when they was building the Cross Bronx, it was a dude at the bank that said, look, you might as well write off everything below the Cross Bronx Expressway. Meaning they wasn't gonna be, they was redlining that whole area. And so that's what it was. The landlords couldn't get no loans to do no maintenance and nothing on their building or do no type of upkeep. So then that's when they started burning their buildings, just to try to get whatever they could get out of it. But yeah, that I heard that was the event that caused the South Bronx to be created. Starlight said, there is no mystery, God. This is why knowledge is important to have one right now. 793 brought up another movie from the P, Wild Style. Wild Style, Beat Street Propaganda, plus Bronx Zoo was a book that told the dirty secrets of the things the Yanks were doing in the locker room, bugging out, which kept the stigma going. Knowledge boys. I see another side rally starting. Now 7-9, Calvin Klein is from Red Hook. Yeah, now Red Hook might be the second biggest. If that's what you was talking about, Red Hook is huge. Red Hook is like a city. I think it's more than 2 projects that they consider Fort Greene. Jasim said, "This is some good history. Goes to show the devil is the devil anywhere you go." No, Red Hook is in Red Hook is in Red Hook. I think that's the section of Brooklyn that is called. Yeah, that person, his name is Jasim. The guy who did that, his name was Moses. Something Moses. And he was like a city planner for like 50 years or something. You know what I mean? So he had a lot of power. He was the dude that also built like all the parkways in New York, all the like the Belt Parkway and all of that. He built like Jones Beach. You know what I'm saying? He did some things that we enjoyed too, but you know, any black area of the city or any area of the city where people was poor, then he was trying to use that to facilitate some you know, I can't really say what all his motives was, but he was the dude that all over the city, you know, what 793rd was talking about, you know, the highways that was built through the hood, that's the guy in New York that did it. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sure, you know, him being so early in the game, I'm sure that what he did had an impact on what happened in other places. You know what I'm saying? Like other places probably modeled what they was doing on some of what they did off of what he did. Kareem said if you add Farragut, that's 3 projects considered Fort Greene, but Farragut is more up the street to itself. A lot of people from there say they from Farragut. I noticed not. Well, yeah, now Farragut and Fort Greene, you know, they not, you know, see, projects in general, from the outside, we look at the projects as one thing. But inside the project, they're never together really like that. They might start out like that in elementary school because they fighting against dudes from the other projects over there or something. But there's always some street that runs through the projects, or, you know, like see what God Cyber Divine is talking about. He's from 40th and Vernon. Now over there, they call that the 40th side. Now, one of the reasons you see a lot of people came out of Queensbridge in terms of hip hop music, right? And you would think like, yo, it's so many people from there. If they stuck together, they could really make a big move. And you know, one of the reasons why that didn't happen is because some dudes was from the 41st side and some dudes was from the 40th side, and they never got along. They just, even if they didn't have beef, like, nah, I don't rock with those cats. So that's just a quirk of the projects. Saying Rakim, he spoke our language better than Kane. But I can't give him the crown over Kane. Knowledge born. I mean, what do you mean Rakim is the God rapper? Jassim said tribalism seems to be the diaspora's Achilles. You know that was a very that was a very astute way of making that statement and saying that. That was very astute. Kareem said Ingersoll and Walt Whitman is considered the Fort Marine Precinct. Yeah, but it's also like two buildings down there that is Fort Greene projects though too. Yeah, they Manolo is Manolo still in here? Manolo comes out and leaves so quick sometimes. Claremont Ave. I can't say it is or it's not. I don't know all the streets in Fort Greene like that. Like it could be down on the backside, like once you pass the projects down there, it's a lot of streets I don't know the name. You sure there's not two buildings over there that's called Fort Greene? Get back in the building. Cypher Devon said to Knowledge Born, I feel you. Yeah, we did have dissension in the Q borough, but we was still Lord Queens. No, y'all wasn't. Kareem said Claremont is very close to Fort Greene, but was considered Clinton Hill. Lafayette, Vanderbilt, Claremont. True 120 said, I see misinformation as the Achilles of the diaspora. Yeah, Lafayette and all that over there, that's Clinton Hill, definitely. Shannon 83rd said he repping his hood to the fullest. Queens, man. Brilliant elevation. You from Allentown, PA too? Yeah, Russell, listen, man. Queens was never together. I'm saying, like, look, even Queensbridge, remember? Now, look. Queensbridge never got along with Ravenswood. How y'all feel about Astoria over there in Queensbridge? Astoria Projects, that is. $793 saying somebody was at a funeral on Lafayette and Vanderbilt. He said he was from Claremont and always said he was from Fort Greene and went to school at Midwood. I mean, that's something about Clinton Hill. You know, a lot of people from Clinton Hill never really said they was from Clinton Hill. They either said they was from Fort Greene or from the Sty. And y'all done rested all over. Life of law in the building. Brilliant Elevation said he only lived in Allentown from 2017 to late 2018. Bought a house and rented it out. That's the way to do it. In Brick City, I don't know if the bricks in Brick City is the same. Brick City is what, Newark, right? Kareem said that's everywhere. G. Brownsville, all those PJs, New Orleans, where Master P and Birdman from, Magnolia, and the Calliope projects, them dudes didn't like each other. Yeah, that's pretty that's pretty a common thing. But you know, even within the projects, right? Look, the dudes in this building, we from this building. Like if we live in 80, we don't really rock with dudes from 100 like that. You understand what I'm saying? You know, even in a lot of projects, there's more than one park. So you got some dudes that they over there, they play at the park that's by the school. Then you got these other dudes that play at the park that's inside the projects. And as they grow up, they don't really rock like that. God Savage Vine said I'm getting all caught up in tribalism. Yeah, that happens. True 120 said, Jasim, as I come to understand the savagery of the European and his diluted technology has caused such trauma that has caused a dissatisfaction and confusion as to our true nature. See, I'm starting to think, or not starting to think, but you know, there's a way of looking at this too, right? Where a person can have certain characteristics, right, that can be exploited. It's not so much that they cause the confusion, you know what I'm saying? But they exploit something that's in the person. You know what I'm saying? It's like, you ever heard the saying that you can't con an honest person? You see what I'm saying? Because in order for the scam to come off, most of the time, when you're dealing with scams, right, the person who's being scammed has to believe that they're gonna get more than what they put in labor. And that's what causes them to put their stuff up. You understand what I'm saying? They had to have some larceny in their heart to get involved with this. You see what I'm saying? Like when the people call you or they write you the email, you know, the Nigerian scam, and you're gonna get all these millions of dollars for just doing this little simple stuff. You know what I'm saying? So the con man exploits something in the person's nature. Now don't get me wrong, you could be, you know, maybe it's not your exact nature, maybe it's something you've been socialized to. But I'm saying in the particular instance, right, where, you know, what Jasim is saying in terms of, we know that tribalism was already a characteristic of the people that, you know, got into that situation from the jump. Kareem said Clinton Hill, now hood. That's why people say they from the star. Big hanged out in the star, but where his building was, where he lived, was Clinton Hill. Yeah, Clinton Hill. I mean, when I first got in that area, right, was 1986. And no place around there, I wouldn't consider it like a nice area at that time. You know what I'm saying? Clinton Hill had a lot of winos and just addicts, at least on 14th Street. You know, I wasn't all up and down within every block, but it was still a lot of fallout on the whole 14th Street when I got out there. Am I talking too much again? Plus again, let's get back in touch. I was trying to do the knowledge, the trader's interpretation had to be taken on face value because someone wanted the opportunity to get more gold. I mean, you gotta remember that the aspect I'm speaking on, Josh Simmons, was the aspect you were speaking on earlier. That, you know, one of the major things was that, you know, the white man was giving out guns. You know, yeah, there was gold, but there was guns so that people could vanquish their enemies. You know what I'm saying? There started being wars so that you could capture people to sell them to the white man and get money. So just getting into what you're saying is that there was already tribalism. And what I'm saying is that over here, that tribalism was exploited. And I think, just like, look, when you look at that part of the history of it, that a lot of us that's over here we lost wars. But we didn't lose the wars because we were soft. They lost the wars because the white man gave the other side guns. So that's what happens when you got these warriors that's, you know, they walking around Compton and Chicago and Detroit and New York, you know what I'm saying, Baltimore, Miami, New Orleans, Houston. You got these people that got that warrior in their blood. And if you put the right confusion out there in the mix, it'll exploit their nature, you know what I'm saying, of where they came from. He Korea said Clinton Hill is a nice neighborhood. I would love to live there. Amen. The bar said the Nigerian scam is real. Just made sure I never fall victim to it. Now his born said he started calling Allentown Allah's town. Peace is real. Yeah, Clinton Hill is extremely gentrified there. Like a lot of those liquor stores that used to see like right on like Clawson Avenue, over on Clawson Avenue, all of that's like a outdoor cafe now. $793 said Fulton is switching up so quick, boots are flying on cars, and zones are changing whilst the streets are being made smaller. Most definitely. Brilliant Elevation said they're trying to scam him out of his property, man. Definitely got to stay on top of that. God Cypher Devon said Nostrand and Gates is also where he was brought up. See, that's what I'm saying. You can't be from Nostrand and Gates and be saying anything about the Bronx. I've been to Nostrand and Gates plenty times. It was times when you gonna want to say I was around Nostrand and Gates. And Nostrand and Gates ain't no different than, Ogden Avenue, Shakespeare Avenue. You cannot be, like, this is what I'm saying. This is where the ridiculousness come in at. Like, this is a brother from 41st and Vernon and Nostrand and Gates saying he don't do the Bronx. This is a little bit ridiculous here. Jasim said the question brought another out to me. Is it tribalism or dissatisfaction that is the root? The root of what? Kareem said, but that Clinton Hill, Fort Greene area, even in the late 90s, was very Afrocentric. A lot of knowledge in the streets, festivals, the guys was out there. Nothing like that now, totally gentrified. Yeah, I would agree with that. But, in the times when I was growing up, the whole city was I guess you could say Afrocentric. Our styles was more Afrocentric. I do agree with that too. That Brooklyn tended to hold on to the culture a little bit more than the other places. You know what I mean? Like it's more events in more places that's centered around that type of thing. in Brooklyn. Then probably, yeah, I can't think of another borough that has the amount of events and the amount of places of an Afrocentric nature. Israel said no one touch on that. Tribalism fact, you right exact on it. It's second nature here in the 7 region. What's the 7 region? Or region 7? I never got into the regions. Life Allah asks, the first degree in 140 states that Holy Quran or Bible will expire in the year 25,000, 9,080 years from the date of this writing. What's the reason or difference of 900 years? Mm, 793rd, what you saying? You know a brother that's attracted to that 90s era has an office where in Clinton Hill and is coming to grips with letting that area go? God Cyber Divine said, why can't I speak on Nostrand and Gates? I grew up in that hood. No, I'm just saying that you can't speak on Nostrand and Gates, right? And then say that the Bronx is grimy, man. Like you can't be from 41st and Vernon and Nostrand and Gates and you saying that the Bronx brothers is cut from a different cloth. I mean, can we get a little roll call? Can we get a little roll call going on the people from Nostrand and Gates, man? I mean, listen, if you go on some of these other channels, right, on YouTube, and you hear all these cats talking about, you know, they past and all the different work they put in, a huge percentage of them is in the proximity of Nostrand and Gates. So I just don't see how you're making this distinction. I don't see how you're making this distinction. Knowledge Born said he doesn't keep us illiterate, he keeps us ignorant. That is how illiterate is using that degree, and he does it with distraction and misdirection. But see, now in that degree, you gotta remember in that time, there was a high illiteracy rate. Like that's one of the things the Muslims, they were showing people how to read and just add and subtract. $793 said $5,000 in ticket expenses even after paying hundreds. That's what happened to him in Clinton Hill and he decided to leave. I mean, that's a good reason. So Josh Sim is asking, is it tribalism or dissatisfaction that's at the root of the diaspora's seeming affinity towards separation, division, etc. I mean, they kind of go hand in hand. But I would say, dissatisfaction, because tribalism, this is like a outcome. You know what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't like, people started out with tribalism in the present form. You know what I'm saying? Whereas dissatisfaction, that's something that, comes from within, like a group of people who's dissatisfied becomes a tribe that partakes in dissatisfied behavior. Israel said Section 7 is the Midwest. And how is tribalism manifesting itself out there? Yeah, in the last 30 years, things have changed drastically, 793rd. Jasim said avoiding separation is part of why I didn't choose the name Qasim. Yeah, this guy's from N.A. Rock, 793rd, talking about the Bronx. From N.A. Rock. God Sabbath Divine said, I'm from 41st and Vernon, and I'm saying y'all dudes from the P was different types of dudes. Well, than Queens dudes. But, 41st and Vernon, Nostrand and Gates, those was blocks that you could fit right into the Bronx and we wouldn't notice that it's out of place. Kareem said Clinton Hill got $25, $30 haircuts. It's getting up there. No, I don't want you to tell me, man, because what I'm saying is that dudes from Nostrand and Gates they clearly cut from a different cloth as well. Sincere Shakim is checking out. Cerebro, peace to the brother. Israel said home in the street organizations. That's a nice terminology. Yeah, I know what N.A. Rock is, God Cyber Devon. Israel says like a rite of passage to join the street organizations out there. God Cyber Divine, what he's saying is that, you know, you can't be under, you know, an illusion about what's happening, you know what I'm saying, in all these different locales. You know, like Jasim said, you know, when you compare and contrast these different areas, Israel said when me and brothers became God, they was thinking we just started another organization. Well, I mean, that was the same thing out here. Ain't nobody in disagreement, God Cypher Divine. You just keep trying to justify this idea. Like, look, if you was from like, you know, Hollis, St. Albans, Cambria Heights, you know, if you was from one of those sections and you was like, yo, yeah, I don't really do the Bronx like that, I can see that. N.A. Rock, conservative advice. I have family from the Pete, and we never saw things the same way. Stop it, man. The Blackstones used the universal flag at times too. How you mean? Yeah, that's what God said. Now you hear what I'm saying on the head. You said you not bougie. You come from the slums. That's what I'm saying. These places that you name it is the slums, man. Where look, a person from the Bronx will go over there and be watching their back. They would try to rock the flag. Yeah, that's peculiar. They would try to rock the flag. God Cypher Divine said that God Saquon told me to take it easy, so I'm trying to keep it composed. Yeah, you mostly composed. You've been doing much better. See, Queens is like that though too. Queens, they got a lot of hoodjwar people out there. Hey, you know, hoodjwar and Bughetto. Israel said one of their symbols was the circle 7, so anything with the 7 they would wear. I guess they probably didn't know the signs. Why you laughing, Joshua? Born King. Who said the Phoenix Suns is a good team? Yeah, but see, people in Queens, you know, you know the general image of Queens makes a lot of people feel like they living a little better. And they do, you know, they got a little bit more, especially the people that's connected to some type of family that, you know, they got some type of houses or something from the 70s. But Kareem said Black Peace Stones turned to El Rukins and they wore fezzes, they were Moors, they would not be wearing universal flags. Kasur said he's not from Phoenix. Yes. No, I'm to Phoenix. $793 just brought up the barbershop game. Jerry's Den in the cutting room on jump offs. I don't know what's the deal with yeah, it's a little different section. See, God Cyber Divine is stupid. That's a little behind the scenes history right there. 793rd. Yeah, but we had another good one. Start winding this one down. About to start winding this one down so I can get up out of here. We got some good points. We hit a couple topics. Then we got into little city science. You see, Israel, a lot of them other cities, man, y'all got a lot more teaching to do. Y'all got a lot more teaching to do in them places because it wasn't already prepared. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like New York, there was an amount of preparation. Like,
It's 1 o'clock.
Marcus Garvey was here. You know what I'm saying? Malcolm X, all different people, W.E.B. Du Bois, all of that was, a part of New York and, the culture of New York and what was going on. So when the math was dropped here, the people was ready for it. You know what I'm saying? A lot of those other places, they don't have the same history of, people coming there with all that cultural science. The way, like the brothers was talking about earlier, how the brothers in Medina or how the culture in Medina remained more Afrocentric for a longer period of time, even to this day. You know what I'm saying? So in those places, it's just, y'all got to do all that teaching now. Yeah, right, Born King. The seeds was already planted. You understand what I mean? So when the Lord came and brought the light out, it sprouted. So in them places, y'all just, it's, y'all got a job. Well, we all got a job. You know what I'm saying? We all got the job to teach the world. You know what I'm saying? But y'all right there on the front lines of that thing. You know what I'm saying? Israel said the gang culture came back stronger with the recent turn up in the music. Yeah, right, yeah, Born King just brought up a point. You know, Temple number 7 was here. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, in them places, you know, that's how I look at it. You know what I'm saying? That just, you know, you right outside Chicago. Yeah, that's, you know, we gotta save our brothers, man, that's dealing with that. You know what I'm saying? You know, that's the fine line, you understand what I mean? Is that, you know, we still gotta save them. See, a lot of people got the mentality that we gotta destroy them. But see, I'm gonna tell you something. They the ones that keep your block from getting gentrified. I knew a brother from out there that he used to live in a place called Markham, Illinois. And they said it was just south of Chicago. When King said, gotta be in the mud at times. Indeed. The boss said Markham is in the south suburbs of Illinois. Yeah, that's what we was at a party. I never forget that. We was at a party one time, right? And yeah, now I was born. I'm out right now too. Peace. But we was at this party and the girl said she was from Chicago. So he was like, yeah, you know what I mean? I'm from, you know, out there. And then he was like, y'all, I'm from Markham. And the chick, she had like a puzzled look. She was like, the south suburbs? Like, she was saying it like, but the way she was saying it, like, you ain't from no Chicago. But Markham is pretty close to where you at, Israel. Champagne. Yeah, I heard of Champagne. Dubois said the whole Illinois is wild now. Man. Yeah, man, yo, that gang culture just spread to everywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like it used to be certain particular inner cities, man. That's P793rd. See, let me tell you something, guys, Cypher Divine, you gotta realize about the world. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to, like, for instance, right? When you hear about Queens, right? One of the things you hear a lot about is, Fat Cat and the Supreme Team. They had to be selling the crack to somebody, guys, Cypher Divine. I know the signs of what's going on, but I'm just telling you that what you're saying is, for years, what I hear people, they'll tell you, the Bronx is burnt down, the Bronx is cracked out, all these different things. And what I'm saying is that was going on all over the city. Born King says sometimes the burbs is more dangerous than the city because they got something to prove. That's true. I'm going to tell you another thing about those places, the burbs, right? The people got a little bit of bread. So they can afford to get cars to be going here and there and getting into different things. They can afford weapons before the other guys. So yeah, there are some different factors that make the burbs, you know what I'm saying? Also, in the burbs, they smaller, so everybody kind of know each other. So if you get into static with somebody, everywhere where they be at, all they people, they family, whatever. You understand what I'm saying? God Cypher Devon said his cousin Boo was the biggest pusher in Harlem next to Rich Porter. Then he wasn't the biggest pusher in Harlem. Josh, I ain't giving him no game. That's how it goes, man. I know these things, man. Yeah, I heard about that in the movie. You talking about Griselda Blanco touching down in Queens. God Cypher Devon said that's why I said next to. Yeah, Rich Porter and they was getting money. Rich Porter and those dudes was amongst the first young dudes that was getting money. Like dudes before that, like, even when you see them tell their own story, you know what I mean? Frank Lucas, you first, according to him, he was a driver for Bumpy Johnson, for all this time before he came up like that. You know what I mean? Nicky Barnes first was a dope fiend himself before he came up like that. You know what I mean? It wasn't really known for dudes in the ages when the crack game came out. The ages that people was and that they started getting money got younger and younger. And one of the things, because they was younger and younger, they was more flashy with their money. You understand what I'm saying? But there was lots of dudes, you know what I'm saying? Like from what I hear, you know, I wasn't around, I don't know them. I mean, I was around, but I wasn't in that age group to be in a business. But what I heard was a dude named Fritz was probably the top dude in Harlem. And to my knowledge, I ain't even gonna say to my knowledge, you know what I mean? Just, you know, we talking this street stuff. I just tell you, you know, what I heard is Fritz was hitting Rich off. So I'm just saying that a lot of times we know a name, you know what I'm saying, from certain people, and a lot of what we know is because those people got caught. But there's other people who didn't get caught. There's other people who, you know, whether they just got away or whether they ended up getting killed and nobody never really knew what happened. Yeah, see, 793rd, you know what I'm talking about, 112th Street. You know, it wasn't like no one group of people that was getting money in New York in the 80s. There was lots of people getting money. Like, you know, dudes had spots that was making 10, 20, 30,000 a day all over. Yeah, I know what you're saying. You're talking real life experiences. I'm just telling you, you know, I was there. I was a kid. But, you know, there's lots of people. I saw them. But y'all, let me get up out of here, man. Like I said I was gonna do a minute ago, man. Y'all get me caught up and talking these street rumors. Peace to the gods. And yeah, peace to AC once again. AC hit me in the cash, what you call it? The Cash App. And check out that link too. Check out the link that say the one I just put there, the new one that says bit.ly, the labs 2. That's where I got all the new merchandise. Check me out over there. That's where I got the King of Kings and the Queen of Queens shirts. And the what else I got over there? Oh yeah, the coffee mug. Y'all ain't see the coffee mug yet. Oh yeah. Nah. Oh yeah, I had it up in the other video where y'all couldn't hear the sound. God's Cyber Divine, you next, man. But yo, I check y'all tomorrow. Peace to the guys and the earths.